Oh yeah, because we actually have a... Well, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are tuning in from. Hello and welcome to XLRS Aviation live here at O'Hare International Airport. We're going to start off with a Lufthansa retro livery, the 747-8, headed off to Frankfurt. Yankee Tango, the last two letters of its registration, and let's listen to these GE NX engines as it departs runway 28 right, a 13,000 foot runway, and its 8-hour flight to Frankfurt. As it makes its turn off to the north, we have LOT Polish Airlines, a 787-8 headed to Krakow, Poland. This aircraft will be headed off for a flight time of about 8.5 hours to one of the largest cities in Poland. Well, as any of you watching may be able to hear in the background, we have quite a decent amount of wind that we and the airplanes are battling today. Current winds 280, 280 degrees, coming from the north and west at 10 knots. The current METAR showing those gusting to 20 knots, but definitely a little bit higher. That METAR from 14 minutes ago here at O'Hare. 10 miles visibility currently. Some scattered clouds at 4,200 feet and broken clouds at 5,000 feet. But otherwise, a beautiful evening on this Friday afternoon here in Chicago. Current time 17:05 or 5:05 p.m. Current temperature 77 degrees, and we welcome all of you here to XLRS Aviation. I am Ryder. I am here with Xavier, and we are XLRS Aviation streaming live from O'Hare International Airport.
Welcome back, everybody. It's great to have you all. It's a beautiful day, 78 degrees, partly cloudy, light and variable winds, and some wonderful O'Hare International Airport action. We're gonna look forward to a great stream today. Hopefully we'll get some the wind dying down a little bit, some beautiful sunset video and golden hour footage later tonight. We're thankful for all of you joining us, and again, be sure to share this video with anybody you think may be interested so we can get this show on the road, like they say. Again, welcome all. Thank you for joining us here at XLRS Aviation Live. We're looking forward to putting on a great show for you on today's Happy Hour episode.
So as you all might have seen if you tuned in right away, if not, you can look at the replay. We started off with Lufthansa's retro livery, flight 431, a 747-8 headed to Frankfurt, Germany. That aircraft registered Delta Alpha Bravo Yankee Tango, 9 years old. We saw that depart right at the beginning of the stream. Then LOT Polish Airlines, Flight 10, a 787-8 headed to Krakow, Poland. And we have lots more heavy action. The next one will be Finnair Flight 9, an Airbus A330 coming in from Helsinki.
John saying, love ORD streams. It's great to have you, John. Thank you so much for joining us.
Rich saying, thanks for your dedication to this Friday stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. We really appreciate it.
And we're looking forward to putting on a great stream for all of you today. We've got lots and lots lined up in terms of departures and arrivals we'll be covering, both here on XLRS Aviation Live.
Any of you looking at the Flight Radar 24 radar, or maybe another radar, we'd get it if we could, but currently flying over at 31,000 feet, we have the United States Air Force Boeing C-32A, one of the aircraft that transports the Vice President and the President from time to time. That aircraft looks like it might be just doing a test flight. It took a flight from Camp Springs, which is very near Washington, D.C., departed 5 hours and 38 minutes ago. Looks like they are testing to make sure this 26-year-old 757 converted is all airworthy and such.
Kaprina saying, a beautiful time, lovin' ORD. Thank you so much for joining us. Also, Diane saying, good evening. Welcome, Diane. Thank you all for joining us. Appreciate you tuning in here at XLRS Aviation Live. Let us know right now, where are you currently watching from? We'd love to know. Where are you tuning in from, whether it be here in the U.S. or internationally? We'd love to know. So let us know in the live chat.
We'll come on over to an arrival real quick here. American Airlines Flight 2715, a 737-800 arriving in from West Palm Beach.
Diane joining us not far, just from Gurnee, Illinois. Hopefully you'll see some of these departures and arrivals flying right over you after watching them depart here on XLRS Aviation Live. Kaprina watching from Chicago, Illinois. Again, not too far from here. All right, enjoy this next departure.
This departure, Iberia Flight 6274, excuse me, headed to Madrid in Spain. Listen to these Airbus A330 engines as it departs runway 28 right. That aircraft, as we said, headed off to Madrid in Spain. That's the capital of Spain. Expected flight time 7 hours and 42 minutes. Great circle distance to that airport, 4,202 miles. Should be cruising between 30 and 40,000 feet. That aircraft, 10 years of age, delivered new to Iberia in 2013. Very interestingly, it's also taking a left as opposed to a right to make its way out to Europe. Usually most of our departures from O'Hare that are going to Europe, they usually take a right after departure, but interestingly this one is taking a left. It's gone behind our tent, but if you look on radar and also visually for us, currently climbing at 2,500 feet as its calibrated altitude. We'll go to another arrival on 28 Center, United Airlines Flight 2466, an Airbus A319 arriving in from Salt Lake City. This aircraft, November 835 uniform Alpha, a 23-year-old Airbus A319. Been in the air for 2 hours and 27 minutes. Go to a departing Airbus 321. Again, we thank you all for tuning in. Forgive us if any of this footage is not picture perfect stabilized. We're doing our best with the wind up here. As we said a few minutes ago, current gusts over 20 knots. So the winds are definitely picking up, and we'll go to a departing Embraer 170 headed to Traverse City, Michigan.
RWBJR at XLRS Aviation. Good afternoon from SoCal. Thank you for the stream. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you tuning in. Hope you're enjoying your beautiful Friday afternoon. And thank you so much for joining us here at XLRS Aviation Live. Again, let us know, where are you currently tuning in from? We'd love to hear in the live chat.
So you can see in the background a heavy aircraft, this one American Airlines Flight 91, arriving in from London Heathrow. And our next arrival on 28 Center, a heavy Airbus A330 Finnair Flight 9. This aircraft, 13 years of age, registered Oscar Hotel Lima Tango uniform. This aircraft arriving in from Helsinki, Finland on an Airbus A330. We've got our tent set up with us here, so any sound you might hear in the background is our tent rustling in the wind. And before that aircraft arrives, RWBJR sending us a $10 super chat and another $10 super chat. Two $10 super chats. Thank you so very much, RWJBR. We very much appreciate your super chats, and that keeps us being able to come out and stream for each and every one of you. Liking the video, subscribing if you're new, sending a super chat if you please. We very much appreciate it. Any support possible to the channel, and share this live stream with any of your friends if they would like to watch some fantastic plane spotting here at O'Hare as well on the hill. We're not alone. We have some other spotters with us, some photographers back behind us on our left. They caught the retro livery as we did a few minutes ago, that Lufthansa retro livery on Yankee Tango. And now let's zoom in toward Finnair Flight 9, this Airbus 330 landing on runway 28 Center. Find these winds currently at 280. That aircraft now slowing down on 28 Center.
Computer nerd asking, have y'all ever done a stream from the North Hill? I love going up there. Yes, we have. Unfortunately, the connection's a little spotty there, so we enjoy staying right here where we are over here, but you can still see the city skyline from this vantage point, as we'll show you in just a moment. And RWBJR saying, my pleasure. Again, thank you so much for your generous donation and support. So yeah, there you go. You can still see the city. We definitely enjoy those shots of the arrivals with the city in the background, but it's just as enjoyable here, and we've got much better connection to broadcast out to you guys here at our current location at O'Hare.
Zooming in a little bit further for any of you not familiar with the Chicago skyline, you can see toward the right there the tallest building. That is the former Sears Tower, Willis Tower, over 1,000 feet in height. And as we come over to the left, lots of other main features of the skyline. We have the John Hancock Tower and many other fantastic buildings if you're going downtown. Some that even are old enough to have survived the Chicago fire in 1879. Looking through a couple of our next arrivals here on 28 Center. Current, if any of you are wondering, current arrivals are occurring on runways 28 Center, 27 Center, and 27 right. And 28 Center is the runway that we are closest to, 28 Center, 10 Center. And our next arrival, Envoy Air Flight 3652 and Embraer 175 from Kansas City. Then we have American Airlines Flight 639, a Boeing 737 arriving in from Tucson, Arizona. Those are our next two arrivals on this runway, and we will have plenty of arrivals we can view arriving on runway 27 Center. Oh, this is very interesting. I believe we have, yeah, this is very interesting. We're gonna come over to a diverted aircraft. This aircraft attempted to fly from Detroit to Traverse City, Michigan, but unfortunately it could not land when it got to Traverse City, and it flew down to Chicago. So very interesting. Let's get a zoom in on this Embraer 175 long range. Seems to be doing all right now. Let's see. Does it have a gate assignment? It does not. But yeah, it looks like it tried to land in Traverse City and that did not work for it. It didn't necessarily do a go-around, but for wind requirements, possibly for crosswinds, it made its way down here to Chicago. Got some great lighting on our central tower now. Many of you watching from outside of the US, yesterday, July 4th, Americans celebrated Independence Day, where July 4th, 1776, the Declaration of Independence was signed in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Celebration of America as a country, celebrating its 287th birthday, I believe. Yesterday, lots of celebrations, including fireworks, parades, different carnivals going on around the US and also around the Chicagoland area. And most importantly, celebrating all of our veterans who fought for this country to keep us all free, because this country would not be free without the incredible effort and risk and dedication from each and every veteran that has fought in our armed forces. So if any of you who are watching are veterans, we thank you very, very much, not only for July 4th, but any day of the year. Thank you so much for putting your life on the line and for working hard to keep our country free. We really appreciate it. And each American does.
Dan saying, just heard. Let's see, yeah, Dan saying, just heard a plane abort a landing on 27 right in the north of the airport. Seems all the flights are being rerouted off of that runway.
Oh, that does seem right. It looks like the airport might be switching to only, yeah, it looks like we have 1, 2, 3 aircraft. Oh, 4, more than 3. Looks like maybe the last upwards of half a dozen, upwards of 6 aircraft have gone around on runway 27 right. They might be closing it. That's very interesting. I've seen that happen once before, but I'm not sure the reason of it. Looks like there aren't any current arrivals on 28 center either. Did that aircraft go wrong that was going to go to 28 center? I don't know, but looks like the only arrivals are going on 27 center, the centralmost runway.
We also have another super chat.
Coming in from Judy Shu. Fight those winds, XLRS. Proud of your quality work product. Thank you so much for the support. We really appreciate it. Just coming out here is a ton of fun, but the support that we receive from our viewers is just cannot be matched. We just thank each and every one of you for tuning in, and especially for the super chats. Thank you so much.
Again, thank you all for joining us. If you do know anybody that may be interested in viewing this broadcast, feel free to share it with them. We will be here for a good long while broadcasting, so let them know. XLRS is currently live here at O'Hare.
As you see passing by our central tower, that's United Airlines Flight 770, a Boeing 787-8 arriving in from Barcelona, Spain. Looks like most all arrivals that aborted landings on 27 right are currently landing on 27 center. But one good thing is that we have our next arrival on 28 center here. That'll be JetBlue Airlines Flight 1205, an Airbus A220-300 arriving in from New York JFK, and that will be followed by several other aircraft. Another thing to look forward to, our next heavy departure. Now, just almost holding short of runway 28 right. American Airlines Flight 110 headed off to Rome, Italy. That aircraft expected flight time of 8.5 hours on that 787-8.
Cody S. saying hello. Thank you for joining us today, Cody. And let us know, where are you guys viewing from? Let us know in the live chat. Also, Carl joining us saying good evening, everyone.
And that JetBlue aircraft, our next arrival. A couple storm clouds we can see here and there, but it should be relatively clear for the rest of the evening. You're currently viewing the centralmost tower here at O'Hare. O'Hare, because it is so big and has so many terminals, it does require the airport to have 3 towers. You have your south tower, your central tower, and your north tower.
Dan saying, I'm in Mount Prospect, heard AAL 1339, overfly my apartment pretty low, and that caught me off guard. Went to check on Flight Radar 24 and saw the planes diverted from 27 right.
Very interesting. Let's see that aircraft.
Cody joining us from New York State, also using Flight Radar 24 to track these flights. So are we. If you guys would like to view live on Flight Radar, you can see everything coming in, as well as watch them live here on XLRS Aviation.
Take you guys over to the northeast side of the area that we can see for right now, at least the northeast side of the runway of the runways 28. We have 28 center and 28 right.
Carl asking, any Aer Lingus? Not yet. We haven't gotten it on this broadcast today, but we may get one later.
So you can see that aircraft far to the right. We currently have a 737 MAX speeding down runway 28 right. We will get that 737 MAX for everyone. We can now view some of the aircraft on approach and final for runway 28 center, so that is good to know. You said that JetBlue Airbus A220. That's our first aircraft arriving here on runway 28 center in a few minutes. That aircraft, 2 years of age, registered in November 3104 Juliet. This aircraft 2 years old again, arriving in from New York JFK. 2 hours, 1 minute flight time on this Airbus A220. Again, that aircraft now exiting runway 28 center onto the second high-speed exit, Papa 2. Excuse me, the first high-speed exit, Papa 2, not the second high-speed exit. You can see that aircraft beautifully painted in the JetBlue livery. Fun fact about JetBlue, used to have Airbus A320s as the majority of their fleet, as well as Embraer 190s. However, the Embraer 190s are on their way out. They're expected to be retired before the end of this calendar year, the last few of them. And it has been clear that JetBlue does not plan to improve them or to paint them, as shown by some trip reports by AS Aviation. If you guys are interested, he did a couple trip reports on their Embraer 190s. Starting to get very busy here on runway 27 center. We have an aircraft, as we have this Embraer 170 about to exit on a 2-mile final, coming in currently 144 knots. We have an American Airlines 737. This is quite close spacing, to be honest. Let's look in on this 737 arriving in from New York LaGuardia. This aircraft, 11 years of age, flight time of 1 hour and 51 minutes. American Airlines, flight 527. Let's watch them land in these winds. Taking a second identifying that aircraft in the center of your screen, all the way down there. That is China Airlines Cargo a Boeing 777 freighter. That aircraft now rolling down runway 28 right, headed to Osaka, Japan. Estimated flight time of just under 13 hours. Listen to these GE90 engines as it departs runway 28 right. You can see our next departure lining up on runway 28 right. This aircraft has been waiting a little while to take off, but once it gets clearance, they'll be off the ground and on their way to Rome. That's American Airlines Flight 110, a 787-8 Dreamliner. You can also see Air France, a 787-9 Dreamliner. That aircraft now rolling down 28 right. Let's listen to these GEnx engines. O'Hare is starting to get busy and the light is getting incredible. We thank you again all for tuning in as we have our Air France Dreamliner now clear for takeoff runway 28 right. Air France 137 at 787-9, 6 years of age, headed to Paris Airport in France. Estimated flight time 7 hours and 20 minutes. We had the Air France depart. We're now watching this American 787. Making its way all the way down runway 28 center. Coming in from Venice, this aircraft is going to take a right on Charlie Charlie. Nice shot with the tower in there. We'll go to a very high departing Airbus A220 now. O'Hare is starting to get pretty busy here this afternoon. You can see the wind is moving pretty well up here. If you look back at O'Hare's ATIS from their METAR from 51 minutes ago, that'll be updated pretty soon. Winds were 280 at 10 knots, gusting to 20 knots. Temperature 77 degrees at the time of that METAR release. I'm willing to say the winds have definitely increased a little bit since then. Nice to see another heavy, double shot with two heavies in there. You have that American Airlines flight that just arrived a few moments ago from Venice, Italy, and also turning onto runway 28 right, British Airways flight 294, a Boeing 777-300ER registered Golf Sierra Tango Bravo Indigo. You can see that aircraft is going to be departing to London Heathrow. Estimated flight time, just 7 hours and 3 minutes. It's under 4,000 miles to fly to London from here on the Great Circle distance. Diane W. saying, China Air flying over my house now. Thank you very much for tuning in. Yeah, that just departed a little while ago. Let's get this British Airways with some General Electric GE90 engines as it departs runway 28 right. Should be some great sound here. We're going to give you a few updates, a couple aircraft to look forward to in the next few minutes. A couple heavy aircraft departing. We have American Airlines Flight 2499, a 787-9. That aircraft will be departing to Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. Also just pushed back, will be on its way to Tokyo, Japan. ANA Flight 111, a Boeing 777-300ER. Also next, arriving on runway 28 Center, the runway closest to us, we have United Airlines Flight 1828, a Boeing 757-300, the Flying Pencil, arriving in from Orlando International Airport. That's our first arrival. Next, coming up on runway 28 Center. And following that, we have United Airlines Flight 415, a 787-8, arriving in from Milan, Italy. Got a bunch more arrivals coming here on 28 Center and departures on 28 Right. We hope, currently 7 minutes out, Iceland Air in their 100 years livery. If you guys were following our live stream last week, we were able to catch both the arrival and departure of that aircraft. So hopefully it once again lands on runway 28 Center. A couple other heavy arrivals arriving in 10 minutes. SAS Flight 943. Unfortunately, this aircraft usually arrives on runway 27 Center, so we can hope that it will arrive on 28 Center this time. That aircraft is 9 minutes out, currently over southern McHenry and passing over Crystal Lake currently. And then 14 minutes out, we have Turkish Airlines Flight 5, a Boeing 777-300ER. So there are a couple heavy aircraft to look forward to in the next few minutes arriving here at O'Hare. Some other aircraft as well. Currently straight north of us, 30 minutes out, we have Lufthansa Flight 434, an Airbus A350-900. 32 minutes out, we have United Airlines Flight 959, a 767-300 arriving in from London Heathrow. And also arriving in from London Heathrow, 37 minutes out, we have British Airways Flight 297, a Boeing 777-200ER. So we're going to go ahead and come over to our 757 arriving on runway 28 Center. A 300 series. Some fantastic Rolls-Royce engines that we might hear. Currently slowing down. Gonna either turn right on Papa 1 or Papa 2 and then Papa and make its way back to the gates. And 3 miles out, as that aircraft exits the active runway 28 Center, 3 miles out, we have United Airlines Flight 415, a 787-8 arriving in from Milan, Italy. This aircraft, 8 hours and 52 minutes of flight time. Let's watch it fight these winds. Current METAR stating at 280. So that aircraft exits runway 28 center. We're going to see if we can get a visual. We currently have SAS. Oh, this is a cool shot. If you looking close here, we have two arrivals, one on 27 center, one on 27 right. Look to be both 737s. O'Hare, when you have three arrivals going at the same time, it's hard not to have some level of parallel arrivals. Of course, they don't land perfectly parallel because in the case of one aircraft landing quicker than the other, or in the event of them landing at the same time, that could be dangerous. So aircraft are told by air traffic control, specifically the approach and then the tower frequency, the correct airspeed that's desired for the landings not to be exactly parallel. And that's pretty similar also at San Francisco when they're landing run one right and one left. We're not able to catch a visual with the camera. I'm looking around our tent to see if I can try and visualize it, but I don't have a visual on it. But good news is that SAS Flight 943 and Airbus A330 arriving in from Copenhagen, that aircraft will be arriving on runway 28 center most likely. So that is positive news for all of you. And our next arrival on 28 center is Spirit Airlines Flight 76 from Fort Lauderdale and Airbus A321-200. Go to that Spirit arriving 28 center. Double shot, two Spirits, 320s, one a Neo, one a 321, or both 320 families, that is. Let's catch the departing 321 in front of the Chicago skyline. This should be fun. Look back at this fantastic lighting for this Spirit Airbus A321. As it turns right onto Papa, unfortunately we won't get a view of the Iceland Air 757-300 that's chosen to land on 27 right, which is normal to its arrival pattern, at least the last several times it's arrived. 757 in the 100 Years Independence livery. If you guys are interested in seeing that aircraft land and depart, we were able to catch it at two different points, obviously, for landing and departing last week on our live stream, so you guys can check that out. In our next heavy departure, we have American Airlines Flight 2499 headed to Dallas-Fort Worth. This should be a pretty light 787, the Dash 9 variant, departing runway 28 right. So let's listen to those GE NX engines as it is now cleared for takeoff and rolling down 28 right. Again, that aircraft headed to Dallas, Fort Worth in Texas. Flight time is going to be expected just under 2 hours. A couple other aircraft coming in. You can see as that American Airlines 737 just exited runway 28 center, we have United Airlines flight 1535 from Fort Lauderdale, a 737, followed by another 737 American Airlines flight 9789, a 737 from Houston, Texas. And those two aircraft are followed by an Embraer 175 operated by Republic Airways, arriving in from Jacksonville, Florida. Look at our next two arrivals. Then American Airlines 737, followed by the Republic Airways Embraer 175. Not a lot of space in between the two. We have the American Airlines currently 2 miles from the field, and the Republic Airways 5 miles from the field. So 3 miles separation. The Republic is doing 132 over the ground, and the American is doing 122 over the ground. 10 knots difference. But the spacing should be adequate for both of them to land, and if not, the second aircraft will most likely go around. Little bounce on that landing, nothing out of the ordinary. Any landing you walk away from is a good landing, and that is for sure true in windy conditions. The wind definitely feels like it's actually slowed down a little bit. So that aircraft is going to exit runway 28 center on 2 mile final. We have the Republic Airways Embraer 175. Looks like that American now landing light off. They are clear from my 28 center, so this Republic should be able to land. Nice touchdown for that aircraft as we'll go to a departing Embraer 175. See now that ANA flight 111 Boeing 777-381ER extended range. That aircraft now holding short of runway 28 right, ready to depart. It will be departing full length for its flight over to Japan. Flight radar 24 not giving us the information of which airport, whether it's Haneda or Narita, but some news for you guys. Another heavy, we'll have this heavy depart, and then third in line to land we have another heavy. That'll be SAS flight 943, an Airbus A330 arriving in from Copenhagen, Denmark. This aircraft is 8 years of age. That'll be arriving. Registered Lima November Romeo Kilo Sierra. This ANA now getting ready to depart to a right, just waiting for its takeoff clearance. Flight to Tokyo, either of the airports, should be just around 12 to 13 hours in length. Just waiting for its takeoff clearance. There are a couple aircraft crossing over. There we go. Looks like it's now accelerating down 28 right. The GE90 engine, capable of 100,000 pounds of thrust. What an incredible engine it is, and it should have some incredible sounds. So let's now listen to these GE90 engines as it departs on its way to Tokyo. As it passes behind our tent, it'll get a clearance to take a right turn to the north. Yeah, there we go. Flight radar has just alerted us it is departing to Tokyo Haneda Airport. 6,304 miles. Expected flight time 12 hours and 18 minutes. As we zoom in here, we can see a couple of their next arrivals there. Number 2, you can see that's an Airbus A330 SAS flight 943, arriving in from Copenhagen, Denmark. See those two aircraft. They look quite close. United Express SkyWest, that number 1 to the field on runway 28 center for his runway. SkyWest flight 5829, a 5-year-old Embraer 175, 2 miles from the field currently, and 5 miles from the field we have the SAS flight. The SAS flight, now the only one in frame, but let's zoom out to get that SkyWest Embraer 175. SkyWest going to have to get off runway 28 center for that 330 to land, otherwise they might be forced to go around. Now 3 miles from the field, SkyWest making its way off 28 center. And again, this aircraft 8 years of age, An Airbus A330 arriving in from Copenhagen, Denmark, flight time of 8 hours and 38 minutes. Great landing in these conditions by those pilots as they're going to apply reversers on 28 center. Shot, you can see that SAS come into frame. Looks like it took the first high-speed exit onto Papa 2. Now going to turn right onto Papa. Most likely, it will taxi Papa Golf Golf to gate. What gate, you might ask? It's unknown currently. You can go to a WestJet 737 departing 28 right. You can see our next arrival here on 28 center. Looks to be an Airbus A320, and it is an Airbus A319 operated by United Airlines, flight 771, arriving in from Nashville, Tennessee. That aircraft slows down on 28 center. Pleased to tell you that Turkish Airlines Flight 5, the Boeing 777-300, arriving in from Istanbul, now just 3 minutes out. Number 2 to the field for runway 28 center. Update for wind from our latest METAR. Winds now 270 at 14 knots, gusting to 21 knots. There's still 10 miles visibility, great visibility around. Scatter clouds at 4,700 feet and broken clouds at 6,500 feet. Temperature is 26 degrees Celsius, that is 79 degrees Fahrenheit, and the dew point is 15 degrees Celsius or 59 degrees Fahrenheit. And now just 9 minutes away to our north and west, Lufthansa Flight 434, an Airbus A350-900 arriving in from Munich, Germany, and 11 minutes out, United Airlines Flight 959, a 767-300 arriving in from London Heathrow. Historically, the 767s have not fared very well with the wind. They seem to struggle a little bit with the wind, so that should be an eventful landing, whether on 27 center or 28 center. I believe in the center of your screen we have the Baha'i Temple. I believe that's what it is in the center of your screen there. Just south of Emmonston. Got an American Airlines landing with the Turkish behind it. The Turkish now just 6 miles from the field, 2 minutes. Expected current barometric altitude at 2,200 feet, descending at 756 feet per minute. That'll be now the first aircraft to the field, as the 737 in front of it landed on 28 center.
Brendan, in the comments, my favorite airline is Southwest Airlines, everyone. Yeah, let us know below. What is your current favorite airline, and let us know why. I'm going to have to agree. I believe Southwest may be my favorite airline as well. It's affordable, it's easy to use, they've got good flights, and of course, you've got your choice of a seat and a free onboard bag. Our next arrival, that Turkish Airlines 777-3F2 extended range. Toby says he loves Delta. Never flown them, but I'm sure I've heard a lot of people enjoy Delta Airlines a lot. And a nice smoky touchdown there on runway 10 center. Again, this here on your screen are Boeing 777 arriving from Istanbul. Our next arrival are Viva Aerobus A320 arriving from Guadalajara. For now, we'll stay on our 777 arriving from Istanbul. Also, just now on the map, we've got a 747 Cargo Lux off to Luxembourg. That should be departing shortly from North Cargo.
That Viva Aerobus arriving, flight 544, as Xavier said, from Guadalajara, Mexico. Airbus A320neo, flight time of 3 hours and 33 minutes from Guadalajara. Registered X-Ray Alpha Victor Indigo Indigo, 5-year-old Airbus A320neo. Delivered new to Viva Aerobus in September of 2018. Let's watch it arrive here on 28 Center. And as that aircraft lands, we are going to go to a departing Cessna 414 Chancellor, headed to Lincoln.
Brendan, I can see some Southwest Airlines at Chicago ORD International Airport. Yes, there is Southwest arrivals and departures here out of O'Hare International Airport. That is somewhat new to O'Hare. The first arrival was, I believe, about 3 years ago now. Ryder and I were here for that very, very first arrival. It was a very cold winter day. But yes, Southwest is currently flying into O'Hare. They are arriving in T5, the international terminal. You will see plenty of Southwest throughout this broadcast.
Now flying just to our south and west, we have Lufthansa Flight 434, an Airbus A350, arriving in from Munich, Germany. Got another prop plane this time, Cape Air. Back to our shot of the tower. Let's see what other aircraft are going to be arriving in the next few minutes. As Xavier said, Cargolux Flight 5335, a Boeing 747-8, will be headed off to Luxembourg shortly. We also have United Airlines Flight 288, a 757. 200. That aircraft headed over to Shannon, Ireland. Currently making a turn onto runway 28 right to depart. A couple of arrivals. We've got some CRJ 200s. And 7 minutes out, British Airways Flight 297, a Boeing 777-200ER. That aircraft arriving in from none other than London Heathrow, as the wind is definitely picking up a little bit. We've got some gusts over here on the hill. We've also got the United Airlines Flight 959, a 767-300ER. That aircraft will be arriving. It is number 4 to the field. That aircraft will be arriving on runway 28 center in just 4 minutes.
Very shortly, we will have our Southern Airways Express Cessna 208 Caravan, as well as our Lufthansa A350 arriving from Munich. And just 6 minutes out, our British Airways 777 arriving from Heathrow.
And now rolling down 28 right, we have United Airlines Flight 909, a 787-8 headed to Amsterdam. We go to an arrival, a United Airlines Airbus A320 arriving in from St. Louis on 28 Center. This aircraft 23 years of age, flight 2144. Departing United aircraft in front of the Chicago skyline. You can see our next two arrivals. And those would be Republic Airways, flight 3588, and Embraer 175 long range from Greenville, Spartanburg. And that aircraft followed by United Airlines Flight 959, a 767-300. We'll zone in on that 767, as 767s in the past have struggled a little bit with the wind. The winds, though, currently are 270 or straight from the west at 14 knots. Those winds gusting to 22 knots currently, according to the latest METAR.
Wizened asking a really great question. Is that a plane?
Indeed it is. That is a plane.
Yep, and indeed it is. You'll see a lot of those here at XLRS Aviation Live. Again, we thank you all for joining us, by the way. It's a great night to be spotting. Evening, I should say. It's 6:30. Beautiful blue skies, some clouds, and 77 degrees. So thank you all again for joining us. If you know anybody that may be interested in joining us today, feel free to let them know. Send them a link. Get the view count up a little bit. Bring in some more attention.
Wow, that United Racing off runway 28 center. Couple big gusts of wind here as we get into the time of the night of back-to-back departures. There's a 737. See our next departure, a 787, now rolling. We're going to try and zoom in and see if we can see for you guys. There is Southern Airways Express Cessna 208 Caravan arriving on runway 28 center. Southern Airways Express now clear of runway 28 center. So we have our next arrival. Fighting the winds. Looks to be a 737, and indeed it is. An American Airlines 737-800 arriving in from Dallas, Fort Worth. That aircraft followed by United Airlines Flight 1484, 737 MAX 8, and Airbus 319 Flight 2211 United Airlines from Cincinnati, and then Lufthansa Airlines Lufthansa Flight 434. So decent number of arrivals here on 28 Center. Also have in view British Airways Flight 297. It's arriving on runway 27 center at this time. This aircraft, 27 years of age, registered Golf Victor Indigo Charlie, arriving in from London Heathrow. Got that 737 landing with a 757 departing runway 28 right. That 757 headed to Los Angeles, 26 years of age. And our next two arrivals, United Airlines Airbus A319 and Lufthansa Airbus A350 behind it. United Airlines currently 2 miles from the field, with Lufthansa behind it, currently 6 miles from the field.
As we get closer and closer to golden hour, we'd love to try to get that view up to about 100 of you, just like we did last time. Share this beautiful, beautiful sunset with all of you. So if you do know anybody that may find interest in this broadcast, feel free to share it with them. We'd love to try to get up to about 100 viewers as golden hour rolls around and the action continues here at O'Hare International Airport. Again, thank you all for choosing XLRS Aviation Live tonight. Hope you're all having a fantastic evening. And again, if you've just tuned in, let us know, where are you currently viewing from? We have about 50 of you viewers right now, so let us know. Where are you watching from? Again, thank you all so much for joining us this beautiful Friday afternoon.
Lufthansa now just 3 miles behind this United. Let's see if there's enough space if this United gets off the runway in time. United now clear of the runway, as Lufthansa is just a couple hundred feet above the ground. Lufthansa really perfecting a little side slip, getting the right gear to touch the ground first to account for that very slight crosswind that they're dealing with.
Maggie tuning in from Tennessee. Thank you so much for joining us, Maggie.
You can see that Lufthansa, as it turns right onto Papa, we have a 787 cleared for takeoff. This aircraft is 787-10, going exactly where this Lufthansa just arrived from. It's going back to Munich. This aircraft will be arriving approximately 9:40 a.m. Munich time. 5-year-old 787. Listen to these GE NX engines as it departs runway 28 right. Go to our next arrival here on 28 Center. This aircraft, a 737.
Brandon saying, it's nice to see a new Chicago spotter channel. The voiceover is quite welcome. Count me in as a new subscriber.
Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate you tuning in, Brandon, and thank you so much for tuning in. And also, we appreciate you supporting the channel by subscribing, and you will not be disappointed. We have lots and lots of content coming out over the next few weeks and months, including these live streams.
Yeah, thank you all for joining us today.
Fun livery to be seen if it taxis far enough for us to see it. A new livery on one of Southern Airways Express's Cessna 208 Grand Caravans for celebrating the commencement of a new route connecting Lafayette, Indiana and Chicago O'Hare. This aircraft, registered November 958 Sierra Papa, is painted in the Purdue University livery.
Cindy just tuning in saying, gorgeous day, indeed it is. It's turned out to be a wonderful, beautiful afternoon. It's 77 degrees and sunny here at O'Hare International Airport. Light and variable winds with some occasional gusts, but beautiful afternoon to be out spotting. We'll be encountering golden hour in just about 35 minutes. It'll begin, so we're looking forward to some more beautiful airplane spotting. Again, thank you all so much for joining us. We're nearing almost 60 current viewers. We'd love to get that up as golden hour rolls around and the sunset begins here at O'Hare International Airport. Again, thank you for joining XLRS Aviation Live.
O'Hare now getting quite busy. A lot of aircraft struggling to find gates as aircraft are arriving early if they're coming from the west due to the tailwind. You can come over to one such aircraft that arrived a little bit early. We have British Airways, a Boeing 777-200ER. taking a look at the beautiful lighting that we have at our international terminal, that is Terminal 5 here at O'Hare. Terminal 5 dedicated as named the international terminal, specifically because it's the only terminal here at O'Hare currently that has customs and is able to receive international flights. Some other terminals expected to get customs in the next few years include Terminals 1, 2, and 3, part of the ORD 21 project.
Lauren, hello. Thank you for joining us. Nimrod Greeny commenting, radar shows tons coming in 3 by 3. That's correct. We've got lots and lots of action here at O'Hare. All 3 runways currently in use.
Those runways being 28 center, 27 center, and 27 right, with departures occurring on 22 left and 28 right. 28 right, fun fact about it, it's the longest runway here at O'Hare, measuring 13,000 feet in length. That's nearly 3 miles. Get to that point of rapid fire departures, and a familiar yet fun sight at O'Hare. We have cargo lugs. A Boeing 747-8 came from the northeast cargo area, and also at the northeast cargo area currently we have Coletta Air Flight 4868 just pushed back. It'll be departing to Anchorage on a 21-year-old 747-400.
Our viewership on the way up as we speak, getting up to 77 concurrent viewers. Love to get that up to 100. Thank you all so much for joining us. We really hope you are enjoying your Friday afternoon, and thank you for spending it with XLRS Aviation live here at O'Hare International Airport.
That aircraft there, an Airbus A320, departing runway 28 right, headed to Seattle, Washington. Fun fact for any of you unknown to this, the Boeing factory is located in Seattle, Washington, so that's where a majority of Boeing fuselages, actually all Boeing fuselages, are assembled together and then delivered to customers. You can fly into Seattle Tacoma SeaTac Airport, SEA, Sierra Echo Alpha, and then there's also Boeing Field just to the north of that airport, and then there's Payne Field. Now we're zooming in the best we can to see the Purdue livery on the Southern Airways Express arriving in from Lafayette, Indiana.
Blick Fang saying, XLRS Aviation, greetings from Fox River Valley. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to the broadcast. We should be live for a good solid another 2 hours here at O'Hare International Airport. We'll be catching the golden hour sun as well as the sunset, and hopefully even a little bit of blue hour post-sunset spotting.
Purdue livery, kind of hard to see on that Southern Airways Express, but I did see in the background a Star Alliance United 737. And as that Star Alliance lifts off, headed to Tampa, we have our Cargolux 747. Looks to be cleared to take off, or at least to line up and wait on runway 28 right. This aircraft departing full length on 28 right, headed to Luxembourg. There it is. You can see far in the distance, over 13,000 feet from us, because the runway length is 13,000 feet. So that Cargolux now rolling down 28 right, headed to Luxembourg. Should be some great sound from those 4 General Electric GEnx engines. And our next arrival will be Aer Lingus and Airbus A330 on 28 right, 28 center. That aircraft departs to Luxembourg. Come over to an Aer Lingus Airbus A330-300. This aircraft arriving in from Dublin, 7 hours and 46 minutes of flight time, registered Echo Indigo Golf Charlie Foxtrot. This aircraft 6 years of age. Aer Lingus Flight 125. As that aircraft exits runway 28 center, it'll turn right onto Papa Let's see what our next arrival is. We have American Airlines Flight 433, a 737-800 arriving in from Dallas, followed by Republic Airways Flight 4583 arriving in from Memphis. Then we have American Airlines Flight 1624, a 737 operating from Denver, Colorado. So those are our next three arrivals here on XLRS Live. As we're getting toward golden hour, we thank you to each and every one of you tuning in. If you'd like to share it with a friend or with a family member who might be interested in the plane spotting tonight, it's a great Friday night activity wherever you may be watching from.
RWBJR saying someone was asking about Aer Lingus livery earlier. Yeah, I do remember that, and here it is right now on your screen. Also, Tayeb saying good morning from Dubai. Welcome to the stream, and thank you for joining us all the way from Dubai. I hope you guys are having a fantastic day. Cindy saying hello. We are currently up to 83 viewers. Thank you all for joining us. 85 viewers now. We'd love to get that up to 100 as we reach just about the 7 o'clock mark.
And a good aircraft to look forward to for each and every one spotting. We hope that it'll arrive to a center when it comes. 56 minutes out, Lufthansa Flight 432, an Airbus A340-300 arriving in from Frankfurt.
And creeping up to just about 100 viewers. We're at 91 right now. We'd love to get that number up as we go. Again, thank you all so much for joining us. The time here is 6:54, and it's almost time for our top of the hour.
I got United Airlines Flight 118, a 757-200. Now rolling down to a right to Edinburgh.
Tayeb Ali saying time here is 4 a.m. in Dubai. That is crazy early. Thank you for spending your early morning with us. And coming in, we've just got a $20 super chat coming in from PHOP444. Great coverage. How late are you here? First and foremost, thank you so much for your super chat. We really, really, really appreciate the support. Thank you so much for supporting XLRS Aviation Live. We will be here hopefully until 9 or 9:30, maybe even a little bit later, depending on how much coverage we are able to get. And as more of you join us, that'll definitely keep us going. Hopefully we can get this going for quite a while tonight, getting into some night spotting, depending on the situation. Again, thank you so much for your generous donation. We do have super chats enabled and are accepting those, as you all know. So thank you so much for your support. It'll all be poured right back into the content creation on your screen right now. Again, thank you so much for your super chat. And just 3 minutes from now, we will be doing our top of the hour briefing.
rapid fire departures here, getting as much as we can for you.
All right, everybody, it is now that time. It is 7 p.m. and it is time for our top of the hour briefing. Well, I'm going to have to change this date, but today is July 5th, 2024. That's right, everybody. You are watching XLRS Aviation live here at O'Hare International Airport. Thank you all so much for joining us. We're so happy to have you all here on the broadcast today. It is a beautiful day. There we go. There we go, everybody. Okay. It is a beautiful day. Thank you all so much for joining us here in XLRS Aviation Live. It is July 5th, 2024. You are watching the one and only XLRS Aviation Live broadcast here at O'Hare International Airport. Current temperature is 76 degrees. It is partly cloudy and light winds. Again, thank you all so much for joining us. We have super chats enabled, so if at any point you feel so inclined to send as little as $1, we will roll that donation right back into the creation of the content here at XLRS Aviation Live. You are watching today's happy hour special on Friday, July 5th. We will be doing these for the remainder of the summer at 5 p.m. Again, thank you all so much for joining us. We're so happy to have you, and let's get back to some plane spotting content.
So starting off this hour, this 7 o'clock hour, we've got a couple heavies to look forward to. One just now, number 1 to depart runway 28 right. That'll be United Airlines Flight 987, a Boeing 787-10, departing to Paris, France. Also taxiing out of South Cargo currently, we have Atlas Air Flight 8469, a 747-400 arriving in from, we have a 747-400 departing out to Anchorage, Alaska. Also taxiing down from Northeast Cargo, we have Caletta Air, a 747-400 departing to Anchorage, as well as United Airlines Flight 907, a 787-10 that will be departing. So that first 787 I talked about, Flight 987, is now rolling down 28 right, clear for takeoff on its way to Paris. So let's listen to those GENX engines, but right before that, Judy Shu saying top of the hour super chat, giving us a $2 super chat. Thank you so much for the support. We really appreciate it. Our next departure, Republic Airways, flight 3499, an Embraer 170. This aircraft will be departing to White Plains, New York. A couple other heavy aircraft that will be arriving soon. We have FedEx, flight 707, a Boeing 767, and that's arriving in 6 minutes. Speaking of, I don't remember who was talking about Southwest, but here is none other than a Southwest 737-700 that's just exiting, turning right onto Papa after landing on runway 28 center. That aircraft headed to White Plains, now rolling down 28 right. And our next departure here, United Airlines flight 1032, 737 MAX 9, headed to Newark, New Jersey. We'll go over to another aircraft departing 28 right, this time an American Airlines Airbus A319, flight 2689, headed to Windsor Locks.
Hector V joining us from Honduras. Thank you so much for joining us internationally. That's awesome. Hope you're having a wonderful day. And again, thank you all for joining us. Let us know where are you watching from. Love to hear it. It's great that we have an international audience. We really, really love hearing where you guys are tuning in from.
And we can see just to the right of 28 Center, waiting to cross, we have an Atlas Heavy 747. This aircraft will be departing to Anchorage as flight 8469 as the wind is picking up a little bit here. You can see currently that aircraft is waiting for an arriving Airbus 320 flight. United Flight 474 arriving in from Mexico City, a 26-year-old Airbus A320. We can see our next arrival is a FedEx 767, this one arriving in from Indianapolis, Indiana. Flight time of only 35 minutes for this 767. It'll be arriving, and we hope it can taxi all the way down to the end of runway 28 center, and then it will turn left into the FedEx cargo area. Also something to look forward to, it looks as if the majority of arrivals are now arriving on our closest runway, runway 28 center, so that is positive. Let's watch this 767 arrive. Registered November 197 Foxtrot Echo, 2-year-old 767 delivered new to FedEx as a 767 freighter in 2021. And Atlas Air now cleared to cross 28 center as FedEx is going to make its way over to parking. Beautiful shot with the city in the background and this FedEx turning into park. Now that FedEx positioned to park, as we have an American Airlines 787. That one you just saw was American Airlines Flight 86 headed to London Heathrow, and the next one that's just rolling down 28 right currently, that is American Airlines Flight 40, and that will be followed by Atlas Air Flight 8469, the Atlas Air 747-400 headed to Anchorage. That Atlas Air 747 now lined up for 28 right will be headed to Anchorage. Our hacker saying, "Good night, guys. I'll see y'all around." Thank you very much for tuning in. We appreciate you tuning into XLRS Aviation for at least a few minutes.
Our hacker also saying, XLRS Aviation, great vid, brother. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. And Cindy, excited to see the 747. Average Aviation and Hockey 12 saying, can you say that I have an uncle that flies JetBlue? Well, of course. You have an uncle that flies JetBlue. That's pretty sick, actually.
That's very cool to hear.
We love to have some aviation enthusiasts here, especially anybody working in the biz. It's pretty sweet. Rye himself is soon to be a commercial pilot, as we all know.
I have my private license, got it a few weeks ago, and I'll be working through instrument, commercial single, multi, CFI, CFII, and then getting my way up toward the airlines through the next few years. Our next departure is United Airlines Flight 907, headed to Frankfurt at 787-10, followed by Coletta Air 747-400. Nicoletta Air lined up and waiting on runway 28 right, avoiding the wake turbulence as much as possible. Looks like she's now cleared, now rolling down 28 right, headed to Anchorage, departing full length from 28 right. This aircraft registered November 715 Charlie Kilo, 21 years of age. Listen to these CF6 engines and as it departs runway 28 right.
Average Aviation and Hockey 12 saying Anchorage is where I was born. That's awesome. Got all sorts of heavies heading to and from Anchorage from O'Hare on a daily basis. Again, the sun is starting to peak into golden hour. We're currently at 93 of you concurrent viewers. We'd love to get that all the way up to 100. So if you know anybody that finds this sort of content entertaining or enjoys aviation, please feel free to share it with them as we crawl up to just about 100 concurrent viewers here at XLRS Aviation Live.
See a lineup for departures there for 28 right. Couple 737s, Embraer 170s, and a Volaris Airbus A320neo with that Frontier 321neo that just arrived on 28 center. Also in the background, kind of fun, you can see a plane towing a banner way in the distance. Just barely back there.
Average Aviation and Hockey 12 heading out. Thank you for joining us. Have a fantastic night, my friend. Thank you so much for joining us. We will be live here for a good while, so stick around. Feel free to share this broadcast with as many people as you think may be interested in joining. As we again crawl up to just about 100 concurrent viewers. We're currently at 97. We'd love to get that up to 100 if you know anybody that would enjoy or like to hop onto this broadcast.
A couple aircraft to look forward to. They'll be departing quite soon. Just about to push back. Not quite visible to us right now. We have Swiss Flight 9, a 777-300ER, outfitted with General Electric GE90 engines, and then we have British Airways Flight 298, a 777-200ER that should have some great sound. We've got a nice long line of departures here, so we'll go back to back to back to back with several aircraft departing in front of you here. First one starting with an American Airlines 737 MAX headed to Sacramento, followed by American Eagle Envoy Air Embraer 170 headed to Burlington. Next we have that Embraer 170 headed to Burlington, followed by an Envoy Embraer 170 headed to Marquette, Michigan.
And he's back. Freaky Daddy 4. Hello, XLRS Live. I love O'Hare. Well, sure do we. Thank you for joining us here on XLRS Aviation Live. We're glad you're here, and we sure do love O'Hare as well. Rolling in with one final super chat of the night for RWBJR before he heads out. This is for you after dinner coffee. Cheers. Thanks again for the stream. Thank you so much for joining us. We're so glad that you had a wonderful time here on the broadcast. Thank you so much and have a fantastic rest of your night, my friend. For the rest of you sticking around, we've got lots and lots of action here for you. Again, lots more coming.
Giving everyone watching a couple updates. The aircraft now spooling up onto a right. It's a Volaris Airbus A320neo headed to Querétaro in Mexico. And then we have American Airlines Flight 1440 headed to Tampa, Florida, followed by Southwest Airlines Flight 3364, a 737 MAX headed to Dallas Love Field. Wind died down, calmed down for a little while. It's picking up very slightly. Winds from our most recent METAR 38 minutes ago. Any of you wondering, METAR is the forecasting system that airports use for weather for either their ATIS or AWOS, Automatic Weather Observation System, or Automatic Traffic Information System. I may have that acronym incorrect, but anyway, from the latest METAR, winds 270 at 9 knots, gusting to 17. We wish we were able to show you some more arrivals here on 28 Center. However, 27 Center and 27 Right are currently the only two runways being used for arrivals and departures, or arrivals, that is.
We've got a question. Are you near the cargo area? Yes. On the south side of the airport, you can see the cargo freight area. That is near where we are currently located here at O'Hare International Airport. There is North Cargo and South Cargo. South Cargo, you can see all of the FedEx arrivals lined up in front of the Chicago skyline. It's quite the sight to see. Also, Henry saying, good evening to all from Montreal, Canada. YWL. Thank you so much for joining us from Canada. I hope you're having a wonderful day. And thank you for joining us at XLRS Aviation live here from O'Hare International Airport.
A couple departures now, pushback and taxiing toward the runway. We have British Airways Boeing 777-200, flight 298 headed to London Heathrow. And then we have Swiss Boeing 777-300ER headed to Zurich, Switzerland. Now, unfortunately, we had a flight on the schedule to arrive, and that was a FedEx MD-11 freighter. It was supposed to arrive here at O'Hare around the 6 o'clock hour, but unfortunately arriving into Memphis very late. Yeah, unfortunately, that aircraft, very likely we won't get it on this stream. It's going to be departing Memphis at estimated 9:01 p.m., so quite late, but we'll do our best. If it happens to arrive a lot quicker than that, we hope it does, then we will for sure catch it, and it should take a pretty similar arrival path to that 767 that we saw a few moments ago. Just to keep you updated on some of the departures here, currently rolling down 28 right, we have American Airlines flight 2368, a 737-800 headed to Seattle, Washington. This aircraft, 8 years of age, registered November 983, November. That British Airways Boeing 777-200ER, now number 2 to depart runway 28 right. Number 1 is a Southwest Airlines 737-700 headed off to Las Vegas. And number 3 to depart, we have Alaska Airlines flight 421, now departing to Seattle. See that British Airways getting ready to line up runway 28 right at the Southwest. British Airways looks to be cleared to depart runway 28 right, with the banner towing aircraft in the background as well. Sure get some great sound from this British Airways 777-200, headed off to London Heathrow. British Airways is going to make its right turn to the north before turning off to the east most likely and heading off to London Heathrow. Expected flight time around 7 hours and 30 minutes to get to London this evening. Next departure we can see already on the runway, lined up and currently waiting for departure on 28 right. Alaska Airlines Flight 421, a 737-900ER headed to Seattle, Washington. And after that, Swiss, a 777-300ER Flight 9 headed to Zurich, Switzerland. Also some good news now on the map. We have Qatar Airways Boeing 777-300ER, this one, Flight 726, headed to Doha, Qatar. We'll be departing within the next few minutes after pushing back from the international terminal, Terminal 5. Well, now rolling down 28 right, we have Alaska Airlines Flight 421, the 737-900, headed to Seattle. So let's listen to these CFM56 engines as it climbs away from O'Hare Airport. Swiss Flight 9 now clear to take off runway 28 right with GE90 engines. Listen as this departs. So looking at a couple aircraft, our next departure, Envoy Air, Flight 3325, an Embraer 170, headed to Rochester. New York. Then we have American Eagle Envoy Air Flight 3601 and Embraer 170 long range headed to Portland, Maine. And after that, we have Envoy Air Flight 4140 and Embraer 175 headed to Avoca. Avoca, Pennsylvania, to be exact. Now, a couple aircraft to look forward to. Just 7 minutes out, we have LOT Polish Airlines Flight 3. This aircraft, a 787-9 Dreamliner, headed from Warsaw, Poland, here to O'Hare. Flight time just around 9 hours. Currently at 7,700 feet, descending, making its way toward O'Hare, as well as Lufthansa Flight 432 and Airbus A340-300 arriving in from Frankfurt. This aircraft will be in the air for a total time of 9 hours and 10 minutes once it touches down here at O'Hare. The age of this aircraft, 24 years, registered Delta, Alpha, Indigo, Golf, Zulu.
A few comments. We've got Henry saying, just to let everyone know, when a heavy aircraft lifts off, the next aircraft will wait due to wake turbulence.
That is true, yeah. The wake turbulence, or the vortices created by wake turbulence, go outward and under the aircraft's flight path. So you either have to try and climb higher than that aircraft is climbing, or you need to wait for wake turbulence, which is exactly what they explained.
Tom Duffy saying, great picture quality. Glad you guys are enjoying. Hopefully we will continue with this fantastic picture quality. So far, so good. The last few streams have been solid. We haven't really had any sort of tech errors or malfunctions. Fingers crossed. But it's been going great. So we appreciate it that you guys recognize that and are thankful that you guys are enjoying the broadcast.
Can't tell if it is Chicago flights or the Curious spotter, but we have another spotter on the North Hill. Looks to me like it may be either Chicago flights or the Curious spotter, currently setting up on the North Hill for some golden hour action.
Comments coming in saying video looks great considering YouTube is only letting you connect up to 720p. Thank you. I'm glad it's looking good for all of you guys. Yeah, you can turn up your stream all the way up to 720p high definition in order to optimize the resolution on your screen. I do believe up on the North Hill that is Chicago flights preparing for a broadcast, picking up where we left off, doing some late night airplane spotting. The two of us, we gotta get some sleep, you know? But again, of course, we will be going for as late as we can, probably aiming for 9 o'clock, maybe even later than that. Thank you all for joining us. Again, we'd love to get that viewer count up to almost 100. We got so close. We're currently at about 80 of you watching live. We do have super chats enabled if you feel any sort of need to donate. Just $1 via super chat. Again, thank you all so much for joining us. Hope you're all having a fantastic evening.
Our next departure off of 28 right will be American Eagle Envoy Air, flight 4149. This one going to Manchester. And that'll be followed by United Airlines flight 1324, headed to Washington Reagan. Envoy Air flight 4149 now cleared to take off and rolling down 28 right. So let's view this departure. We've got all sorts of fun little comments to read through, as well as a super chat from Freaky Daddy 4. $1.99. Way to go, guys. Thank you so much for your donation. We really appreciate it, and we'll pour all of this revenue right back into our future broadcasts. Thank you so much for your $2 donation. We really, really appreciate every little bit that you guys donate to us here at XLRS Aviation Live. A few quick things. RWBJR correcting himself, saying at XLRS Aviation, my apologies, the coffee is for you guys, not the other guy mentioned. A senior moment, to say the least. See what you have to look forward to. Thank you very much. We really appreciate the super chat and each and every one of you who have tuned in. Whether you've liked the video, whether you've shared it with a friend, or whether you've subscribed if it's your first time tuning in, we appreciate each and every one of you because it supports the channel immensely. We really appreciate it. Also, yes, you are correct. There are 3 of us total that broadcast here out of O'Hare. There is Atia with the Curious Spotter, as well as Chicago Flights. We love all of them and are so thankful for the fantastic spotting community here at O'Hare. It's great to have multiple different viewpoints and angles and channels broadcasting here at O'Hare, and we're so glad to be one of them. We have just about 10 minutes until our next top of the hour briefing. It's currently 7:50 here in Chicago. Temperature about 75 degrees and sunny. That sun on its way down. We should have some beautiful pink fluffy clouds for all of you around 8:15 p.m.
There's your Chicago skyline as the sun begins to set, as well as our FedEx docking area here on the south side of O'Hare International Airport. Our next arrival, unfortunately, up north on runway 27 center, is our LOT Airlines 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Warsaw. Go, everybody. That right there is your LOT Polish Airlines arriving from Warsaw. We've got plenty more action on its way. We've got our Lufthansa A340 arriving from Frankfurt in just about 3 minutes up on the north side of the airport, which we once again will be sure to capture. And currently departing, a 747. Very quick departure from that Cargolux 74 on its way off to Luxembourg. Currently departing off of the side runway here at O'Hare, our Qatar Airlines 777 off to Doha. You should see that pop up right above the skyline in just a moment. Should be quite a beautiful shot. Oh, I stand corrected. It actually will be departing off of the center runway here at O'Hare, 27 left. RWBJR, I was thinking the same thing. It actually was a departure, but it very much looked like a go-around to me because of how fast that 7-4 lifted off. Broke 100, let's go. Just a few moments ago, looks like we broke 100 viewers. Cindy loves her 747s. We are truly entering into our golden hour stage now as the sun goes down and all of the grass here at O'Hare turns a nice beautiful golden color. Yes, there is a Qatar aircraft departing very, very soon.
So now number 2 for runway 27 center, we have our Lufthansa Airbus A340-300. Very interestingly, 28 center, 10 center is no longer in use, so it'll be 27 center and 27 right for arrivals and 28 right for departures. Its first departure is United Airlines Flight 771, a 757-300, headed to Los Angeles. This should be a nice rocket departure from full length. Go back to our Lufthansa Airbus A340, currently arriving on final for runway 27 center. This aircraft, some information about Lufthansa Flight 432, an Airbus A340-300, arriving in from Frankfurt, registered Delta Alpha Indigo Golf Zulu. 24 years of age, been in the air for 9 hours and 12 minutes as it will arrive on 27 center here.
Mark asking, how tall is the tower? According to Google, the South O'Hare Tower is 218 feet tall. It's got two main components, the 13-level ATC and a 10,000 square foot base building. The control cab is 450 square feet.
See if we can get a shot of this Lufthansa after it's arrived. You see all of the de-icing trucks there. Got a couple more departures for everyone here. Now just 8 minutes out, we have FedEx Flight 798, a 767-300 arriving in from Minneapolis. Again, arrivals all occurring on runway 27 center with departures on 28 right currently and 22 left. Here we have an E175 headed to Boise, Idaho. So you can see there's the sun off to our west. Couple heavy aircraft to look forward to. Not a ton on the ground right now, but in 25 minutes we have Air China Cargo Flight 1055 arriving in from Anchorage, a Boeing 777 freighter. Also arriving in 32 minutes we have Eva Air, a Boeing 777-300ER arriving in from Taipei, Taiwan. And in 24 minutes, we have American Airlines Flight 307, a heavy 787-9 arriving from Dallas, Fort Worth. As that sun starts to go behind that cloud. Once it gets below that cloud, we should have some fantastic lighting. Just looking over at the city right now, there's fantastic lighting. We're starting to get some cotton candy colored clouds.
I know we just barely missed it. Do we want to do our top of the hour now?
Why not? Let's get a shot of the tower for a top of the hour.
Wow, look at him. He can rhyme, guys. This guy go crazy. Well, everybody, you are watching live coverage here from O'Hare International Airport here at XLRS Aviation Live. Well, I can't say the best live stream broadcast at O'Hare, but certainly one of the...
Yeah.
There we go, jinx. You owe me a soda. Anyway, you are watching XLRS Aviation Live coverage from O'Hare International Airport. The current time is 8:07 p.m. It is sunny, light winds, and a beautiful afternoon/evening to be broadcasting and streaming here at O'Hare International Airport. Again, be sure if you have any friends or anybody that you think may enjoy this content to share it with them. And we do have super chats enabled, as well as a Venmo link in the description if you have any interest in donating to our channel. All of the revenue that we are given will go straight back into these future broadcasts. Again, thank you all so much for joining us. We are broadcasting here at O'Hare International Airport until approximately 9 or 9:30 p.m. tonight, as long as our camera gear functions and we are still awake enough to broadcast. Again, thank you all so much, and let's get back to your regularly scheduled programming here at O'Hare International Airport.
Next departure off of 28 right, we have a 737 MAX 9 headed to Denver, United Airlines flight 2485. We have another departure off of 28 right. In this aircraft, an Airbus A319, November 894 Uniform Alpha for this flight 814. We're going to go to a FedEx flight currently landing on the center runway. This flight FedEx 798 arriving in from Minneapolis. Some pleasant news we have now on the map. SAS Flight 944, Scandinavian Airlines, and Airbus A330-300 that will be departing to Copenhagen momentarily. should have a great view of the FedEx flight because it needs to taxi to the closest cargo area to where we're located, so we should get a nice close view of it. Currently clear of runway 27 center on Echo. Gonna taxi all the way down Echo to Zulu, and then after Zulu it can cross, then left on Quebec, right to Bravo Bravo, and then into the southwest cargo ramp. Again, current temperature at O'Hare, 75 degrees Fahrenheit, 24 degrees Celsius, 15 degree dew point. That is 59 degrees Fahrenheit. Current humidity is 57%. Our expected sunset at 20:29 or 8:29 p.m. here. O'Hare Airport with currently 8 runways in service, or runways in use, that is, that can be used. You have 22 left and right, which is 4 left and right. So that's 2. Then you have 28 left, center, right, 27 left, center, right. So that is 8 total runways. You can see that beautiful sunset out to our west currently. Got a viewer saying, seems like it could have landed closer to you. Yeah, we definitely agree. It's really interesting. I believe it's for noise abatement procedures that O'Hare, once it gets toward nighttime, they use most of the central runway for arrivals. And I believe that's mostly for the reason of keeping noise down for families and neighborhoods that currently get lots of airplane noise that do not want it. As you can hear the CF6 engines of the FedEx 767. As you can see, they've shut off that right engine to save fuel while taxiing.
Yeah, he's saying, surely that affects the steering of the plane with only one engine running.
I'd assume that it might be a little bit challenging. Now, if you're using the left engine, you'll probably be using a little bit more left rudder to keep the plane from turning right or having a right turning tendency. Beautiful shot with the city in the background there. That FedEx, you can see 3 FedEx there. And some of the sun reflecting off buildings downtown Chicago. I'm gonna come over and show you some of the sunset behind us too.
Mark asking, does FedEx have a big operation at ORD?
FedEx is, in terms of cargo airlines, I would say they're probably middle of the pack in terms of business and flights in and out of O'Hare. Probably the most prevalent would be Atlas Air, either Atlas Air or Coletta Air. But they do have a decently strong presence here at O'Hare.
Aiden, hello and welcome to the broadcast. Thank you for joining us, my friend. Patrick, I agree, it is a gorgeous, gorgeous sunset here at O'Hare.
So looking back at some aircraft that may be departing or arriving, currently just getting clearance to taxi onto runway 28 right is SAS Flight 944, an Airbus A330, and behind that we have Iceland Air 100 Years of Independence livery 757-300.
RWBJR saying at XLRS Aviation, another great stream. Thank you again for spoiling us. See you next time. See you next time, my friend. Thank you for joining us.
SAS now cleared to take off and rolling down runway 28 right. So we've got our Icelandair 757-300 in the 100 Years Independence livery, celebrating Iceland's 100 years of independence. That aircraft now waiting to depart on runway 28 right. Trying to avoid any and all wake turbulence. Icelandair Flight 10, this 24-year-old 757-300, will be headed off to Reykjavik, Iceland. Estimated flight time for this aircraft specifically, 5.5 hours up to Reykjavik Keflavik International Airport. You may hear it in the background. We have some fireworks going off as our 757 now rolling down 28 right. We have our next departure, United Airlines Flight 1504 and a 737-800 headed off to Phoenix, 23 years of age for this aircraft.
Aiden, happy almost birthday.
Now pushback from the gate should be departing pretty soon here. We have Turkish Airlines Flight 6, a Boeing 777-300ER, as well as British Airways Flight 9041, a 777-200ER, headed to London Heathrow. Couple minutes. We're breaking down our tent here as the wind is picking up and it's no longer needed from the sun, but we are not done streaming just yet. And of course we have the Royal Jordanian Discover Petra livery that will be departing in just a few minutes. It has pushed back and is now taxiing from the international terminal, Terminal 5.
We'll be right with you guys in just about 1 or 2 minutes. We're just going to collapse a little bit of our gear as we give you a beautiful visual of O'Hare.
All right, thank you for your patience. Our next departure is Delta Airlines Flight 2760, a 737-800, on its way to New York LaGuardia. zoom all the way down the airfield, we can see Turkish Airways and the Discover Petra Royal Jordanian pushed back from their gates, waiting upon each other to taxi to take off. Our next departure is Spirit Airlines Flight 822, an Airbus A321-200 going to Portland, Oregon. Currently 71 of you still tuned in. We really appreciate each and every one of you, of our loyal viewers who are staying with us through the evening tonight. Another aircraft cleared for takeoff. This one here, a United 737. Got these rapid fire departures. That one headed to Portland, Oregon, and the next a Spirit A320 Neo headed to Los Angeles. Next departing, we have United Airlines 737-900 ER headed to Minneapolis. picking up on a couple comments of your guys. And we're going to zoom in our next heavy arrival. Unfortunately, not down here on the south side, but on the north. This aircraft, EVA Air Cargo, coming in from Taipei, Taiwan. EVA Air Flight 56. Ooh, looks like, come on, looks like we might have a 28 center arrival, folks. Please stay center. This would be Atlas Air Flight 8106 coming in from Dallas, a 747. Maybe, or they're just not gonna send. We will see, folks. As you can see, EVA Air coming into the frame now. And it looks like, unfortunately, that Atlas Air is going to be going to 27 Center. Sunset looking just a little bit better. And some good news, just about to line up on runway 28 right for a southerly departure. We have Royal Jordanian Flight 264, a 787-8 Dreamliner, headed to Amman, Jordan, in the Discover Petra livery. This should be nice and beautiful. It should be very beautiful. A little smokier than expected for that aircraft. Now to that Atlas Air. It's a beautiful shot there. You can see Turkish and Royal Jordanian awaiting departures. Looks like they're both taxiing onto the runway at the exact same time. Let's hope they don't get cleared at the same time. There you go, you can see, yeah, both of them taxiing onto 28 right at the exact same time. The Turkish headed to Istanbul at 777-300, and Royal Jordanian headed to Amman, a 787-8. What a beautiful night it is out here. Looks like our 777 spooling up on 28 right now. Let's listen to these GE90s. Royal Jordanian now cleared to depart 28 right as well in the Discover Petra livery. Enjoy this one, it should be beautiful. And we have fireworks going off right behind it, how incredible. We now have an American 737 rolling down 28 right. Few of our next departures to look forward to. We have Emirates Flight 236, a Boeing 777-300ER, headed to none other than Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. This aircraft, 7 years of age, registered Alpha 6 Echo Papa Zulu. Estimated flight time to Dubai will be just under 13 hours. Cindy's saying the Petra livery is really nice. Indeed it is. It's very beautiful and makes me want to go to Petra. So let's go to Petra. Who wants to plan a trip to the lost city or the historical city of Petra in Jordan? I think it sounds incredible. Looks like next lined up for 28 right, we have United Airlines Flight 2296, an Airbus A319 headed to Cedar Rapids, Iowa. That aircraft now rolling down 28 right, and an aircraft to look forward to, number 3 for departure, depending on when the Emirates receives clearance. We have China Southern Cargo Flight 5214, a Boeing 777 freighter, registered Bravo 2010, that's headed to Shenzhen, China. Distance of 7,780 miles, so very far, and estimated flight time is 15 and a half miles. 15 and a half hours, excuse me. Not 15 and a half miles. Next departure headed to Boston. Our next heavy departure, China Southern Cargo, Boeing 777, nice double shot there with the two 777s in the back, a 777-300 in the front, a 777 freighter. The 777 freighter headed to Shenzhen, China. Flight time estimated 15 hours and 30 minutes, 15 and a half hours. He's got all his lights on, equipped with two GE90 engines. Listen to these roar. This is a long flight for this plane. Looks like it'll be followed by the Emirates as well. Now the Emirates 777 rolling down 28 right as well. Well, everybody, it might be 9:03, but that doesn't mean it's too late for our final top of the hour. So with that, let's do our last hurrah top of the hour as it reaches 9:04 p.m. Well, everybody, it is still July 5th. It is 9:04 p.m. The temperature here in Chicago hovering around 71 degrees. Beautiful, wide open skies with a few clouds and light winds. You are watching XLRS Aviation live here at O'Hare International Airport as we go into our final stretch of today's broadcast. Thank you all for joining us today on our happy hour special. Hope you're all having a fantastic evening.
And a final reminder as we wrap things up that we have super chats enabled. If you have any need or want to give us any sort of small donation as little as $1, we will be extremely grateful for it, and we'll pour it back into these productions in the future. Again, super chats in the bottom right corner of your screen. Thank you all very much for tuning in as we go into our final few arrivals here at O'Hare International Airport.
So then, with the 9 o'clock hour started, what better way to start it than with a Reno Air Retro livery? That is what is arriving on runway 27 center right now. Looks like we kind of have a smoke trail from this E-170. Let's take a look. So very far in the distance there you can see American Airlines Flight 1969, the Reno Air Retro livery, arriving on 27 Center from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. This aircraft, a Boeing 737-800, registered November 916, November 11, years of age, arriving in after a flight time of 1 hour and 44 minutes. So since there really aren't many arrivals that we can view too well, a couple departures to look forward to. Currently rolling down, we have a 737 American Airlines. And then second line, we have Frontier Royal, the Harpy Eagle livery, and Airbus A321neo. Very new, this aircraft delivered in July of last year, under a year old. There's that 737 passing by the tower. And that A321neo is going to be going over to Salt Lake City, currently rolling down runway 28 right. pretty much rapid fire departures. The next one, another American 737-800. This one heading to Denver. You all a quick view of that Chicago skyline as we begin to wrap up this broadcast. Currently on the map we have 0 arrivals, but no shortage of departures. That right there was your American Eagle retro livery off to La Crosse.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up today's show, we end things with a beautiful firework display up on the north side of O'Hare. Some beautiful fireworks. These are off, as Xavier said, to our north and west. Cindy, thank you very much for tuning in and for each and every one of you that came to watch XLRS Aviation live this Friday during our happy hour stream. Fantastic fireworks, especially for the day after the 4th of July. Those are impressive. Judy saying fireworks perfect. Yeah, they're at the perfect height. There's not a ton going on at the airport. And they're in fantastic patriotic red, white, and blue colors. Looks like that might do it for the fireworks display. We will see if there are any stragglers, any last fireworks that... Oh, yes there are. You can even see a general aviation plane that just passed by a moment ago.
Huh, that was a smiley face. Looks like that'll just about do it for the fireworks display. We really appreciate each and every one of you who tuned in. We're going to hang out just for a moment longer to see if they happen to have some sort of finale with these fireworks. But we really appreciate each and every one of you who tuned in. You liked the video, maybe you subscribed if it were your first time seeing our channel. Maybe you left a super chat if you were so generous to do so, but just tuning in, we appreciate each and every one of you.
That's right. We'll be wrapping up in just about 3 or 4 minutes here, but thank you all so much for joining us here on today's XLRS Aviation Live show. I'm going to give you guys one more view of a different fireworks show over on the other side of the airport here.
We also have a third fireworks show off to our east toward the lake.
Got fireworks all over the place. Happy July 5th, everybody. That's a great question. Palatine is having a fireworks show today, so it may be Palatine, but there are also lots of other areas and park districts that are doing shows tonight, and just anybody who's got extra fireworks from left over.
Stitch has a glitch saying, I think I hear Palatines. I'm in Buffalo Grove. Well, that is very possible. As Xavier said, Palatine is doing their show that's just off to our north and west, and I believe we might be looking at, maybe Lake Forest? Maybe Lake Forest is too far. Somewhere to our north and east. We have the finale, most likely in Palatine now. Let's take a look at that. Maybe the finale's done.
Short lived. It's okay.
Ooh, we got fireworks just off to our left now in Elk Grove. Or Bensonville, actually. folks, that will do it for this week's XLRS Happy Hour stream. We thank you all so much for tuning in. It was an incredible evening filled with now lots of fireworks, great planes, some great lighting, and also some great weather. So we really appreciate each and every one of you that tuned in, and please feel free to subscribe if you'd like some new content. We have lots of content coming out in the next few weeks, and also we will have these streams in the coming Fridays. So we appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in, and without further ado, the one last plane is actually taking off right now. This looks like a heavy aircraft, and this will be the last one of the night. So we thank you all for tuning in. I'm Ryder, and we also have
Xavier.
and we appreciate each and every one of you who tuned in. Thank you so much for an incredible stream, and we will see you all next week.
Thank you.